sponsored today. If you would, please stand and remove cover for a word of prayer and our national anthem. Lord, thank you for yet another great year to show here at the Colorado State Fair. Thank you for the families who have all sacrificed and supported these exhibitors throughout the year. Thank you for the livestock we have the pleasure of caring for throughout this past year. Lord, thank you for this incredible community. We also want to thank you for all of our volunteers, superintendents, and individuals that have made this show possible. Thank you for all the blessings which you have surrounded us with. We realize that it is only by your will and grace that we can experience all of this. Lord, we ask for safety throughout all of State Fair, as well as in our travels to and from home. We ask a spirit of goodwill, grace, and gratitude be placed on our hearts. Lord, we ask for a spirit of humility and surrender, so that all we do be for your honor and your glory. Lastly, we ask for guidance for our country, state, and above all, ourselves. Lord, we yield all of these things to you and ask all this in Jesus' name. Now for our anthem, one of our own Colorado State officers from Miami Yoder, Jessa Book, who's serving this next year as our state reporter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched at the twilight's last gleaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you again to Miss Jessa Book. Before we start our show, we want to recognize a few people. Our superintendents, Travis Taylor and Marlon Eisenach, as well as our entire extension team that has made this event possible. Our webcasting brought to you by Ringside Live with Laddie and Landry Treehall. Our photography with Beverly Englert and her team, that being In the Ring, Katie Pieper and Brittany Randall. You can find your photos if you'd like at beverlyenglert.com. And now for our judge. Our judge for our Market Lamb show today will be Craig Beckmeyer. Craig grew up on a family grain and livestock farm in central Illinois. The 100-head commercial cow-calf operation and 70 head of purebred sheep they raised sparked an interest in livestock judging that has greatly influenced his professional career. Currently, Craig is the animal science instructor and livestock judging team coach at Lincoln Land Community College in Springfield, Illinois. Craig received his bachelor's degree in ag education, then went on to receive his master's degree from the University of Illinois in ruminant nutrition. He currently resides in Mooresville, Illinois on the home farm with his wife, Michelle, and son, Cade, raising 50 head of Hampshire, Dorset, Dorper, and Southdown ewes. Craig loves showing livestock with his family, judging shows, and coaching whatever sport is in season. Thank you, Craig. Now entering the ring is our first class of our Market Lamb division, our Dorsets, class 4800. Again, this is our first class of our Market Lamb show, our Dorset sheep. As we continue into this first class, we want to thank some of our show and award sponsors, that being the Colorado State University Animal Science Department, the Colorado Livestock Association, SureChamp, Durafirm, and the American Hampshire Sheep Association. Thank you again to our sponsors who have made this show and the awards for our exhibitors possible.
Well, hey, good morning. I'm excited to be here. I was telling Marlon as we were coming from the hotel this morning, it's pretty cool to get to do this for a second time, and I don't really keep track of how you guys do it or anything like that, but I enjoy sorting high-quality shows, and since I've been here once, I know that this is going to be a high-quality show. I know we got high-quality people. I know we got high-quality kids, and I know we got high-quality sheep. My apologies, because I was still working off the last time I was here. When I get up in the morning, I start going through, okay, how do I lock this in, and how am I going to do this? I actually like this way better, for the record, to the show management, so I'm pretty pumped. Really nice sheep to lead off. I'm not going to get on the mic and tell anybody, hey, that's the shortest bladed one, or I love that guy's tall shoulder in motion, or anything like that. But in terms of skeletal quality and build, he was second to none when he hits the ring. You watch him as he goes, he facilitates the best usage out of a longer hip, a more comfortable and correct hock set. You get on him, he's got all kinds of power. He's not the freshest daisy that I've ever seen, but he needs to win this class, and I think he needs to do so pretty quickly. If you've watched me judge before, you know I'm a sucker for a lot of things in second. I like how that sheep runs uphill. He is the fresher sheep. He's the leaner sheep. He's the harder touching sheep in terms of his forerib and rib cage, but he is at a decided disadvantage in terms of muscularity. I actually think he is the shorter coupled, shorter hip sheep on top of that. Very, very deserving to be out here in that conversation. Just not quite enough man to take over our lead one today. An interesting sheep in 3, and she does an exceptional job showing him. I really appreciate him once she gets him parked. Honestly, I get in on top of him in terms of his muscle maturity. I don't know that he has the same just shape and pop up high. He's getting a little bit more over his lower rib cage. He's a solid, really nice sheep to stand third today. I know you're probably pretty jazzed about him. I'd like to clean him up in his breastbone, free him in terms of his cover over his rib cage, and then make him decidedly wider in his upper pin set to match what he brings to us in the front of his skeleton. Parked, I definitely like him 4-5 this direction. Young man's got a sheep that runs uphill. He's good in terms of cutability. He's got a big old top laid into him. In motion of our initial group in this class, he struggles the most out of his front end. He's the most limited in terms of his hip and his hind leg set. I think it just limits him to a 4th place finish here. Young lady's got a well-presented sheep as well in terms of leg wool and presence. A sheep that really, for me, gets a little looser hided. He's a little staler in terms of his touch. And then this view right here, he runs out of gas as he works away. I'll visit with the young kids as I pull them. I did already. Nice sheep down the line. Let's congratulate our winners here in our Dorsets.
Our placings for Class 1, Class Our placings from the previous class, Class 1, Class 4800 of our Dorset Market Lambs is as such. In 7th place, Kaysen Candelaria. In 6th place, Zara Connors. In 5th place, Briley Rula. In 4th place, Jack Larson. 3rd place, Casey Kwong. 2nd for the Dorset division and will be Harvey Richmeyer. And 1st in the Dorset division will be Jalen Miner. Now entering the ring is our first and only class of our Southdown Market Lambs. Again, this is our first class, Class 4900 of our Southdown Market Lambs.
I'll tell you what, a very interesting class. I probably could spend 45 minutes between really second and fourth and have a conversation about what makes the most sense. I decided we'd go ahead and line them up. I'll describe why I did them the way I did them, and we'll move on. What I won't debate is this is by far my favorite sheep in class. I hope he's your favorite sheep in class. In motion, he is a good structured, good balanced one. I don't know that I would call him elite there, but within his contemporary group, he absolutely stands out. That sheep is tall-shouldered. That sheep is fresh. He's appropriate in terms of his cover. I can certainly handle him in terms of breed type, and I'm not the classifier, but he works for me there as well. That's a darn nice sheep, young man. Congratulations. I like a lot of things about the sheep in second. Obviously, his mature endpoint and skeletal size is considerably different than our class winners from that regard. But that sheep still, in terms of freshness of body shape, the right kind of rib cage, the right basic design and build is there. And then, young lady, I like where you have him in terms of composition. I know I'm not showing him, I know you are, but that's not an easy sheep to show because he is downhill, he is small to begin with, and just like to modify him because even later on, a projection of where he goes, I probably think he's going to get a little quick in that regard as well. You can say similar things about a sheep that's going to follow him. That one's another sheep in terms of composition and muscularity that I'm certainly comfortable with. His basic build in his shoulder and his neck, he's not as correct in terms of his assembly. He's not as comfortable in terms of his assembly. You get right on top of him. I need to pull him apart in his pin set relative to his center body, but that is a darn nice sheep in terms of just basics and fundamentals. And I like what he represents from a muscularity standpoint quite a bit more than the sheep we're going to put into fourth. From the outside, you could say, hey, Beckmeyer, that one follows my class winner just a little better in terms of being one of the bigger frame sheep. I wouldn't argue with that. But when you start to study him, he's just a frailer constructed sheep all the way through. His forearm, his body shape, and then you get in behind him in terms of pin set spread and just power. That one runs into problems here. I would call him the lightest muscled sheep in this class, but I do like his composition and where he's at cutability-wise quite a bit better than the one we're going to round out with. The young lady brings a nice sheep in 5 also. That sheep has been fed and taken care of awesomely. I think he represents his breed class very well. That's a big, bold-bodied sheep, but in saying that, he's not a sheep that balances for me. He's more fragile at the ground relative to his body mass. He's a sheep that's a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his condition, but that has been a well-maintained, well-cared-for sheep. I congratulate her on that. A really solid one here to round out our 5. Congratulate our exhibitors and our South Downs, if you would, please.
Placings from our previous class, our second class, class 4900 of our Southdown Market Lambs. We have in 5th, Kate Tribbett. In 4th, Darian Vance. In 3rd, Brian Graves. 2nd, for our reserve divisional champion, Penny Barr. And for our divisional champion of the Southdown Market Lambs, Weston DeVitt. Now entering the ring is our first and only class of our speckled face Market Lambs. This is our first and only class of our speckled face Market Lambs, class 5000.
Hey, kids, you're doing a great job, and we find ourselves with quite a few more numbers, but good quality and depth. When you have a weight range of like 40 pounds, you get a tremendous variation. I know as the day goes, those gaps are going to narrow. But these are my 5 favorite pretty easily, and young lady sheep just kind of, and I'd never say you're a default winner, but the longer that sheep's out there, the more I like him, the more I fall in love with his basics, and he's just the best sheep, period. I like his build, I like his design, his composition's in check, in motion, easily one of my favorite sheep, and he just holds such a decided advantage in terms of just boldness over the sheep right below him. Natural body fill is probably even better in that regard, but where he really excels, back feet, hip and hind leg assembly, in motion, he just gains such a big advantage for me. His cooperation is better, which doesn't hurt. He's not the shortest bladed, he's not wacky up front, but he is solid and he is complete, and she's brought a really nice sheep here to win your specs. Congratulations. The next sheep in line is captivating for me. And he's not light muscled. Anybody that says that sheep's light muscled, I'll argue with you. Now, is he a frailer, like just design sheep than the class winner, or certainly the one behind him? No debate. He's also slim necked and tall shouldered, big footed. The sheep comes apart in motion a little bit more. I can't quite see his back feet, but my guess is he's running on a set of flat tires the way he gets out and moves. Love his composition, his cutability, his freshness. He's got more in the tank long term if you can kind of just put all those pieces together just a bit better. That's a nifty sheep. The sheep in 3, I did not pull because I ran out of space up front, and we've already taken care of that for the rest of the classes. We're going to do things just a little different. I knew I liked him. I told the young man in 3rd and 6th, both the young lady, that I like those sheep. Don't worry, you're going to be around for a while. So it's not a lost art. Interesting is he doesn't maybe get out and have that gear either when he comes in, but he also followed all day, followed some sheep that didn't want to get out and go as good. His basics are awesome. He's a little thicker heighted. He's definitely a little more mature, and he has more on him, but I still think his window of composition or condition acceptability is still plenty good enough. And then I'll tell you what, you step in behind him, and you know this because you sheared him, right? That is a big caboose. And I like big cabooses. I mean, there's a lot of good in that one. In motion, if we could make him just have another gear, I would like that better. Again, freshen him up just a little. But a very, very unique sheep. I hated to get him any lower than 3rd. I am enamored by some of the things in the sheep in 4th. And to those of you ringside, his color pattern's different. Man, that sheep maybe doesn't just suit you like you think he should. That's the short-bladed, cool-bodied sheep in class. Those things are pretty hard to make. Now, he's more vertical in terms of his shoulder. He's not as comfortable up there. And he comes apart in terms of his top-line assembly. Looks like to blend and smooth him out. His composition is not lean enough for me to see those kind of deviations. If he was really, really lean, I'd say, okay, that's just because he's not fat yet. But he's got some on him. They've done a good job with that. I like his natural build standing still a great deal. And I thought his elevation and his kind was interesting enough to go ahead and keep him over the sheep in 5. Young man brings one out in 5 that is presented incredibly well. That's the widest, boldest rib cage that we have in class on the smallest sheep maybe. Those are interesting dynamics. I do not read that guy fat, but I do read him to be wider up front than he is behind. I'd like to change that directionality in that sheep. He is the short kind of coupled sheep in class, but some really, really high-end pieces. Thought he needed to be here. Visited with the young lady in 6. I'm guessing that sheep even 60, 70 days ago would have played harder. I read him just a bit more mature and need to change his skeleton. Let's celebrate these young people. That's a fun class to look at. Very, very good one up top.
For our previous class, Class 5000 of our speckled face Market Lamb division, our first and only of the division, we have our placings. They are as such. In 15th, Dylan Reno. In 14th, Abilene Walker. In 13th, Ella Farnick. In 12th, Rory Wilbanks. In 11th, Jessamy Pacheco. In 10th, Sadie McCorder. In 9th, Mace McLennan. In 8th, Parker Tribbett. In 7th, Gunnar Gray Rula. In 6th, Jocelyn Hobbert. In 5th, McCall McLennan. In 4th, Maylee McLennan. In 3rd, Cole Spurlock. And in 2nd, Hadley Kriego for your reserve divisional champion, and for your divisional champion, Madeline Peterson. Now in the ring is our first class of our Blackface Market Lamb Lightweight Division, Class 5101. Again, this is our first class of our Blackface Market Lamb Lightweight Division.
a fun little class of lightweights to get us going here in our blacks, and certainly sheep that have quality up here towards the top. Throughout the day, again, I'm going to make a quick, just couple things to students on the wall. Might be structure, definitely is muscularity. It could just be the fact that you kind of just get a little plain for what I think a top 5 sheep needs to look at, and I made that conversation with a couple of them. The first 2 do not fit any of those molds. That's a good deal. Not plain, not problematic in terms of skeleton. They were really the 2 sheep that stood out on the walk-in, and they still stand out to me the longer we go. They're very different sheep. I like both of them quite a bit, actually, but 2 totally different examples of what a good one can look like. The one up front, the one thing that you guys don't do is get your hands on him. A sheep this weight, he is so smooth and he's so good in terms of his handle quality. I like him when you get right on top of him in terms of his rib cage. I don't read him like super shallow there, but in motion, I love that guy as well. Change him, step in behind him, pin set, natural power, natural shape. He does not have enough, in my opinion, to like just get crazy excited. But he's got enough to be a dang good sheep, and he's got enough for me to win this class because of all the other intangibles that he brings to the table. Young lady gets him showing off incredibly well. The next sheep is interesting. That one is a bold, stout version. A little club calf looking when you step back, and I don't mind that because I don't think he's deep, and I don't think he's plain. He's not a sheep that blends everything together quite as good on the top of his skeleton. And then I guess surprising to me, even though he's bigger behind, you step up in front of him, he doesn't have the advantage in chest width. He doesn't have the advantage in terms of just forerib and just actual dimension there over our class winner. My guess is there's a couple pounds that separate those 2 when they hit the scales, but I do think that sheep is right where he needs to be. Young man, you've done a fantastic job. And I'll be honest with you, to the young ladies in 3, 4, 5, to me it's not close. He is the other sheep that needs to follow. I do think there's conversation in 3, 4, and 5, and you could mix them up and sort them different, and that's fine. I like handle quality in the one that's in third rather there that's going to lead us. I still need to change the design of his hip. He reads a little frailer in terms of his overall basics. He's lean, he's hard touching, actually has more shape than the sheep right below him, and that's why I went that direction. Sheep below him props up and gives you a good look. Both of those sheep in motion I struggle with just to stay collected enough. That's why I didn't pull them early, because they certainly have the right cutability. They're presented incredibly well. All the little things that make you gravitate towards them. Sheep in 4, you need to be pulled apart, period. All the way through, particularly up in your pin bones, need to have more shape. I know we're in lightweight class, but I'd like him to see more muscularity. If you prefer more muscularity, young lady, you're standing there looking forward, right? And you're saying, hey, I got more muscle, Judge. What's the problem? Problem is you do have more muscle. That one's hip shape, the way he ties down into his lower leg, it just isn't naturally comfortable and flexible in motion. I need to redesign him, or I'd have pulled him right away because all the power's there. I struggle with his skeleton behind. Let's congratulate our young people again, doing a fantastic job today.
One, two. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 2. Test 1, 2. Ooh. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Our placings for the previous class, Class 4, Class 5101 of our Blackface Market Lamb Lightweight Division are as such. In 17th, Alyssa Geckler. In 16th, Emily Welter. In 15th, Emily Seeger. In 14th, Jaylene Gonzalez. In 13th, Caitlin Welter. In 12th, Jaylene Gonzalez. In 11th, Cyree Tillman. In 10th, Gabe Leonhardt. In 9th, Braylon Sims. In 8th, Estrella Artega. In 7th, Lindley Dever. In 6th place, we have Lexi Vrabic. In 5th place, we have Heidi Barr. In 4th place, we have Taylor Tribbett. In 3rd place, we have McKinley Long. And in 2nd place for our second in class, Gannon True. And for our first in class, Kaylin Toll. Now in the ring is our second class, Class 5102 of our Blackface Lightweight Division. Attention for our goat exhibitors. Processing for those of our goat exhibitors that are in the sheep barn will start now. It will be by Champions Row. Again, for our goat exhibitors that are currently in the barn or sheep barn, processing will start next to Champion Row. Thank you.
This is a tough class, and just a comment to the exhibitors, and I'm not being critical at all. I'm a show dad, so I've been on the other side of this a lot. If you're going to hit that and try to run out of that gate right there, and that sheep doesn't want to do it, it is more detrimental to how your sheep looks. So pace is okay, but make sure your sheep is moving the pace they need to move to look their best, and it will help me as we get these things sorted coming out of the gate. I will tell you, this one hit me pretty hard when he came in, and I almost didn't pull him because I fundamentally believe from the outside he reads like he needs a shot more. I need to remind myself that he weighs 121 pounds or whatever. And then he is deceptive because once you get on top of him, what you see is a really, really fresh back and a good rib cage. He's good in terms of his loin edge. His pin set is gigantic compared to the 1 and 3. And he has plenty of side shape. I love his side shape. Step right in behind that guy, though, and even watch him in motion, and you question, is there enough just punch, and is there enough just dimension in that sheep? We can step back off of him, and I am who I am. That's the best-looking, most elevated, freshest. I mean, he just wins for me when it's over with. Would I like to see him a shot just stouter? Absolutely. You've done a great job with him. I would like to have that sheep later on this fall because I think he reads like the one that just is going to get better every day of his life. I did not pull the young man that's in second right away. I knew he was at the front of the line anyway. In motion, he just doesn't hold himself together quite as good. And the reason is, when I step right here, what I see, blades longer, breastbone's coming forward, and as he goes in motion, all that kind of falls out of him. He's not as genuinely opened up as I thought he was to make a switch up top. But I love his extra stoutness and his darn design in terms of hip and shape from behind, and it's a big advantage over the one right below him. For me personally, and I think for a lot of judges, we just need to redesign the way he's built up front before we can get too excited to move him up into a class winner status. Interesting sheep in 3, one I did pull. He's real close, young lady. That's how I'm going to tell you. He's real close. Like, there's a lot of things in this class that he does very, very well. I don't read him near as unique in his basic build and look as a class winner, and he gives up a lot of just hip and power to the sheep right ahead of him. That finds you with a nice sheep in 3rd hole. The reason you stay there is I like his kind a bit better than the 1 in 4. If we're going to close our eyes, put our hands on one, and maybe hang one upside down in the cooler, there is no doubt, young man, that is a beast. All right? He's a beast at 122, right? When I read that sheep, and if you're sitting ringside and you've got a distance off of him, he's got too much up front. He's a little low set in terms of his build. And then he's a sheep, again, that just could blend everything together just a bit better. It's not a showmanship issue. It's a basic build issue. Young man does a good job with him. I love his actual power. For me, he's just not elite enough in terms of his skeleton. And I could make the switch from the outside for a more elevated, tall-shouldered, kind of waspy-looking thing there. In motion, deer, I got to change the way that sheep goes. I got to relax him, make him more comfortable. And at the end of the day, he's the lightest muscled sheep in our top 5. Visit with these young people again. Nice job. Let's congratulate them as they exit.
The placings for the previous class, our 5th class, class 5102 of our blackface lightweight division, are as such: in 10th, Jaden Vance; in 9th, Jelaine Gonzalez; in 8th, Taylor Gardner; in 7th, McKinley Long; in 6th, Logan Sexton; in 5th, Emily Fassett; in 4th, Aiden Miller; in 3rd, Presley Montgomery; for 2nd in class, Weston Elwood; and for 1st in class, Adley True. Now in the arena is our 6th class, class 5103 of our blackface lightweight division. Again, this is our 6th class, class 5103 of our blackface lightweight division. Attention, if you have a goat in the sheep barn, processing will be at Champions Row. Yet again, if you have a goat in the sheep barn, processing will be at Champions Row next to the sheep barn, not the goat barn. Thank you.
Well, very good class, and good depth. I told the lady in sixth, I pulled him early because really loin forward, he's still one of my favorite sheep in this class. I just cannot handle how he uses his hip and hind leg. I saw it when he came in. It didn't get any better, so she ends up sixth in a competitive class. And I don't think it's easy, but I really like the class winner. You talk about one in terms of skeleton that just really gets out and has the freedom of movement and the flexibility and the coordination. This sheep's incredibly good there. Is he like the most exquisitely balanced one that maybe we'll see today? No, but I don't read that as a problem. And then, again, the advantage I have is hands-on. That thing is fresh. I love where he's at in terms of condition and handle quality. I like his hide quality. He hits me pretty darn hard. And then when you compare him to the sheep right behind him, I read that sheep just neater in terms of his basic body design. I like his structure better. I just think he wins this class. Congratulations to him. The sheep in two, so we have the first one in, the last one in. The last one in is more powerful, definitely a sheep that's more busted open, but he's also the quicker, shorter stepping sheep. I just didn't read him quite as elite today. Got beat by one I like quite a bit, but that's a darn good sheep as well. Be proud of him. Problem sheep for me a little bit's the one in third, and he's not a major problem. Young man does an awesome job with him. That's probably the one that most people would just jump on as one of the rugged sheep in class, and I certainly read him that way. His foundation is big. He's a sheep that is really good in terms of hydration, presentation. All those things are right. For this judge in particular, that sheep's at best level. He's a sheep that I would just like to pick up just a skosh up front. And then for me, up from a step behind, I'd still like to open him up relative to the rest of him. And that's being very, very critical. He could easily win under some guys. I like him quite a bit, but I like him third today. A young man's doing a really, really good job. I'm intrigued as heck by the sheep in four. And it's not because he's got this shiny white hide and all the white feature that we love to talk about right now in the industry, but his skeleton is very, very unique. His blade length is short. His elevation is right. I actually like him better than the sheep ahead of him in 2 and 3. I would modify his pastern and hind leg assembly. He's a sheep that almost gets outside of himself and isn't as secure as he goes away. When you study him on the top of his skeleton from here, I think, man, this thing is robust and shapely. Get my hands on him. That's the plainest back sheep in the top 5. He needs to just be opened up and more aggressive in his muscularity. The foundation in that one in terms of elevation and look, though, I think high end, hard to make. I'm intrigued by that particular sheep. Young lady in 5 works her way up. At the end of the day, he didn't move good enough when he came in. He still doesn't move good enough for me. But I think he follows in this group in terms of quality. Some of the same things the sheep in 4 in terms of elevation. Doesn't blend it together quite as good. Again, would modify him on the move. He's quite a bit bigger in his pin set, his stifle shape, and his overall muscularity than the sheep that I slid into 6 today. Let's congratulate these young people again, if you would, please.
Our placings from that previous class, our 6th class, class 5103 of our blackface lightweight division, are as such. In 10th, Faith Wellage. In 9th, Paisley Lark. In 8th, Benny Barr. In 7th, Tegan Smith. In 6th, Lexi Vravik. In 5th, Presley Montgomery. In 4th, Tinley Burr. In 3rd, Weston DeVitt. For our 2nd in class, we have Dalton Demers. And for our 1st in class, we have Preston Pettinger. Now in the ring is our final class of our blackface lightweight division. This will be class 7, class 5104 of our blackface lightweight division.
Interesting class, and guys, this is probably the first time all day we get into 5 to 10, and we still have sheep that could have surfaced previously because they represent a lot of really, really good things. I do think these two, especially that work up here, just need to get it done, and there's a lot of reasons that we're going to talk about. The reason this one wins for me is just skeleton, period. The way he uses his hip and hind leg are so much more ideal in my opinion. That sheep is really about right in terms of condition. He's fresh in terms of his handle quality. He's stout in terms of his feature. And then he still balances, in my opinion, one of the better ones in class. You put all that together, what do we have? We have a class winner. Congratulations to him. In terms of just raw muscularity and shape, I'm not going to say the one in second is the most in class, but he is right there. And he has got a big, big upper hip and a lot of shape when you step in behind him. Again, my issues with him, his shorter hip and his straighter hock really limit him in terms of his ability to get out and go. Is he sound enough to win the class? I'm sure he is. I have one that I like a little better in those regards that I can go ahead and use, so he ends up second today. But that's a really high-quality sheep, and when he's stuck, for as masculine and massive and powerful as he is, his old shoulder blade still sits up in him, and I like his proportions a bit better than the one that's going to come in third. The one in third hit me pretty good when he comes in because of freedom of movement, athleticism, agility. The more I study that sheep, his loin, especially compared to those two prior to him, just doesn't hook quite as good. He's not as fresh and massive on the top side of his skeleton. Again, I like his structure. I like his movement. He's a little more comfortable and relaxed, period, than the sheep right behind him. Young lady does a good job getting him exhibited. 4 and 5 kind of worked their way up for me, and realistically, they didn't work their way up very far. They got ahead of the blue sheep. If you think about the ones I pulled, those two sheep are dense and heavy muscled, but none are more dense in terms of just spread and power than the one in 4. Young man's got his hands full. That sheep doesn't really want to come together and collect himself for him. When you get him out and watch him walk, he's not just the freest and most naturally moving sheep out here. But when I get back and study his pin set, his rib cage, and his spread up high, the only sheep that's even close to him in terms of power in this class is the one we had second. I just need to give him just a bit more bells and whistles, free him up a little bit more. But that's a good darn carcass sheep that's still short-bladed, deep-flanked, and offers a lot of good. Young lady behind him does a really good job getting that one shown. The reason I didn't pull him in the way and when he comes in is not because of movement or structure. He just hit me deep. Like, I need to just make him neater in terms of his body shape, just clean him up a little bit there. His maturity is starting to work against him. Part of it is in motion. His old thick neck and low shoulder kind of work towards the ground for her. That's a powerful one, though. That's got a lot of muscle, a lot of quality as we turn as well. I told the young lady in 6th, just need more muscle at this point in time. I like that sheep quite a bit, but runs out of gas. Congratulations again.
Of our previous class, our 7th class, class 5104 of our blackface lightweight division, and our final class, our placings are as such. In 10th place, Darian Vance. In 9th place, Connor Miller. In 8th place, Kaylee Landini. In 7th place, Tristan Carpenter. In 6th place, Kennedy Rula. In 5th place, Hadley Powell. In 4th place, Mace McLennan. In 3rd place, Sophie Samber. In 2nd place was second in class, Trent Mock. And for our first in class, Aiden Robinson. Now entering the ring, will be our first and second in class winners from classes 5101, 5102, 5103, and 5104. That includes Kaylin Toll, Gannon True, Adley True, Weston Elwood, Preston Pettinger, Dalton Demers, Aiden Robinson, and Trent Mock. Our first in class will be lined up closest to our audience. And again, this is our blackface lightweight division drive. Thank you. Furthermore, if there are any goat exhibitors that are currently in the sheep barn or stationed in the sheep barn, processing will finish promptly at 11 a.m. Again, if you are a goat exhibitor within the sheep barn, processing will finish at 11 a.m. at Champions Row. Thank you.
What a nice first division. And before I say anything else, let's celebrate these young people that have the opportunity to come back here and show for it. Yeah, I step back and I look at this lineup, and I've done this a couple times in my life, and I'm not going to try to convince you guys that, man, these things all fit the same mold, because they clearly don't. But in class, I really like where I landed, and you come back out, look at the first and seconds, I'm still really happy with that. I don't like to go back and re-talk a lot. I think you guys probably know some things, because I don't say a lot of negatives on my class winners, but if it's something that stands out, I usually do. And if you think back to our conversation, there was 2 sheep that just didn't get criticized very much, and they're the ones out of class 3 and 4 there in our blacks. So that's where my decision lies. I like both those sheep a lot. I don't know that one of them just says, man, this is exactly where I want to be, or everything that I want to do when I step into the show ring. But I'm proud of both of those sheep, and if you're showing them or breeding them, be darn proud of them, because they're very, very good. They are very different. Maturity's different. How they're designed is different. They both have one thing in common, which is they're very correct sheep that have enough muscle, have the right kind of look. My favorite is the blue one. He's going to be your champion in the lightweights. We'll follow with the one out of class 4. Congratulations.
For your blackface lightweight divisional drive, for your reserve divisional champion, we have Aiden Robinson. And for your divisional champion, we have Preston Pettinger. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be our 8th class, Class 5105, and our first of the blackface middleweight division. Again, this will be our 8th class, Class 5105, the first of our blackface middleweight division. Attention, there are multiple vehicles parked in no parking zones outside of Gate 4. They need to be moved as soon as possible or they will be towed per the Colorado State Fair security team. You may park in the south lot or overflow exhibitor parking. These vehicles include a white Suburban with a license plate of CUST00, a black Ford with a license plate of ROK739, a white Ford with a license plate of AMOM70, a silver Ford with a license plate of DFS891, a red Ford with a license plate of 842DD4, a white Chevy with a license plate of FNVA74, and a black Ford with a license plate of DWVW16. If those are your vehicles parked directly outside of Gate 4, please move them or they will be towed by the Colorado State Fair security team. Thank you.
Another pretty interesting class. I think the depth in this class is hard, and that's what I liked about the Colorado State Fair the last time I got to do it. As we get into these heavier weights, it challenges you because I want to be perfect, and that's a hard thing to do, and I know nobody's going to agree anyway. So I guess I could throw it out the window, but I really want those to make sense in my mind in 6th and 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th, 15th. So that's where I'll spend a little more of my time. It doesn't take me long to sort this trio up in particular, and the Ewe-Lamb fits in here really nicely, especially when she's propped up. 5th, I thought, was debatable. We got that sheep up here. I like him as well. This guy's interesting that wins because if you look back at what I'm trying to do, I like his elevation. I like his blade length a lot. His handle quality is awesome. I mean, he is almost ideal in terms of the amount of cover he has, the way he blends it together, and then his top line symmetry is smooth. I like that about him when you don't have to do it with fat. The reason he doesn't just win it for me, in motion, his step is too short behind. I think that starts with his upper hip. I just would like to free him up and let that work a little neater. The sheep in second has more set to his hind leg. I could go ahead and say, hey, he's more flexible. Okay. He's also the deeper, plainer sheep to me, and then even when you get your hands on him, he doesn't match our class winner in terms of handle quality. Really, really nice one to stand in second. And neither one of them are the power sheep. The power sheep's in third. The power sheep in third is awesome in terms of muscularity, back shape, and dimension. He struggles in motion the most of those three, in my opinion. He's a little coarser in terms of his basic design. But that guy, again, on the hook, upside down, look out. That's a lot of muscle. I love the little ewe in Ford. I don't know if she's little. Sleek-necked, short-bladed, good underlying quality. She doesn't match the same kind of aggressive shape, but she handles right on her top side. Again, a little short step and a little off in her hip. That's why she didn't get the pull initially from me, but I like that one quite a bit. Young lady that rounds out the group here just kept working her way up. That is a nice, solid, basic sheep. When you get your hands on him, he really fits in this, but at the same time, he's not as fresh. He's not as unique on the top side of his skeleton. I step back, and he just gets a little more generic, in my opinion, than the one right ahead of him today. Guys, fun class to look through. Really nice top end to get this division started. Congratulate our young people, please.
Now entering the ring is our ninth class, Class 5106 of our blackface middleweight division. This is our second class in our middleweights. Again, this is our ninth class, Class 5106 of our blackface middleweight division. In our previous class, Class 8, Class 5105 of our blackface middleweight division, our placings are as such. In 10th, Lauren Spat. In 9th, Brooke Morgan. In 8th, Kenny Kendrick. In 7th, Tegan Smith. In 6th, Caden Sproul. In 5th, Hadley Kriego. In 4th, Ryder Phipps. In 3rd, Dominic Maldonado. In 2nd, with second in class, Aiden Miller. And for our first in class, we have Cade Simpson. For our lamb exhibitors, as we near our final drive, we'd like to put out that our buyback lambs will be purchased at a price of $2.67 a pound. Please sign up the lambs in the livestock office. You will need the name, the Colorado State Fair tag, and the weight. Take the lambs to the pen, which is located at the south side of the beef barn after the final drive. Again, that will be after the final drive. Thank you. As a final reminder, we have vehicles parked in the no parking zone outside of Gate 4. They will need to be moved as soon as possible, or they will be towed, per the Colorado State Fair security team. You may park in the south lot or overflow exhibitor parking. Please check with the announcer's table for license plate numbers. These vehicles include a white Suburban, a black Ford, a white Ford, a silver Ford, a red Ford, a white Chevy, and a black Ford. If you've parked outside of Gate 4 and one of those is your vehicle, please check with us on the license plate. Thank you.
Tough class. They said this was air conditioned. I don't know. Maybe. I'm feeling a little sweaty. I absolutely find tremendous good in these top three. And then deeper, this is a good class. There's nice sheep that are over here as well. But I dig a lot of things about these sheep. This one right there, everything looks exactly like you want one to. I think his proportionality is right. I think he's plenty long enough in terms of his skeletal length. His top side transitions, handle quality, freshness, hide are just absolutely spot on, and then everything else matches with it. He absolutely has the advantage in this pair in terms of coming from the base of his shoulder into a rib cage that I like, and then up on the top side of that skeleton, everything just blends and hooks together better. Get to his loin, especially at the heel of his loin, he is so much better in terms of how he hooks that together. Why isn't he an easy class winner for me? I need to see him use his hind leg different. And I mean, it is everything in my power to go ahead and say, don't be so stubborn, he's the best sheep. I do think he is. He needs to go just a bit better. If you want to watch one go, man, this one in second is elite. I love this sheep on the move. I pulled him so fast that she probably almost fell over. He is short-bladed. He runs uphill. He has got an awesome hip and hind leg in him. He is not there in terms of his loin today, and when you get in and compare those two, man, it is not close. If it was close, I would make the switch because I really, really like this sheep in two. I think his agility, his flexibility, his basic fundamentals are what we're trying to do. I wish he was in my barn this summer. I dig that one as well. A lot of good in the sheep in three. And he's a little more vertical, but his attitude's his bigger issue. That one is neat in terms of his blade length, his proportions. You step back and you study him, and he drops the rear flank in. Awesome. I love that sheep standing still. He doesn't want to walk for the young lady, but then if you step back and study his angles, he's not as comfortable as the sheep right ahead of him. I'm not saying there's a big difference between him and our class winner in movement. There's a difference in attitude. Then you step in behind him, he tapers to his upper hip just a little bit. He's not near as impressive in that regard. A basic sheep in four. Young man did a good job. I pulled him early. He's good enough in terms of mobility. I like that sheep's basics a lot. He's not as unique, in my opinion, as those sheep ahead of you today. That's going to limit you a little bit, and I know that's not a great conversation, but when you get ones that are special and he is nice, he ends up fourth in a very, very good class. I thought he was just a bit better in terms of proportionality, in terms of just natural spread to the top side of his hip when you step into the three-quarter view than the one that rounds out the top five. Hard handling, young man did a good job. He's the one that collapses in that group. He doesn't have the spread and power that we see up at the top end. Again, real powerful sheep here in six. I visited with her. Nice sheep on the move, too. Just a little generic for me out here. Really, really nice set of sheep. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Of our previous class, our ninth class, class 5106 of the Blackface Middleweight Division, we have our placings. In 10th, Isaac Grula. In 9th, Gunnar Golding. In 8th, Lexi Vravick. In 7th, Dalton Demers. In 6th, Sable Phipps. In 5th, Aiden Robinson. In 4th, Paxton Pettinger. In third, Adley True. In second, with second in class, Harper Toll. And in first, for our first in class, Trent Mock. Now in the ring is our 10th class, and our final class of the Blackface Middleweight Division, Class 5107. Again, this is our 10th class, Class 5107, the Blackface Middleweight Division. This will be our final until our Blackface Middleweight Drive. Thank you.
It's a neat way to end Division II. A really good class, and I'm going to explain what I see, and there's some differences in these sheep. I think that, and I don't like the word combination. I'm telling my judging kids, quit using combination. No doubt in my mind, though, this is my combination sheep in class. Feature, proportions, look, awesome topside in terms of spread. And then I think he's agile enough. I read his angles, and I like his angles. Everything looks great there. Step out of him, we could maybe peel a nickel out of his breastbone, and then we'd be talking about one that's just pretty darn unique. That's a stout one. That's a good touching one. And again, I like his build and his design quite a bit. I'm in love with things about the 1 and 2. I don't want to sound like a broken record because we just had a class similar to this. Man, this thing later on, especially when he fully comes into his stuff, you've got one that is unique. He hit me really hard when he came in. He plays out up high just a little bit. At the end of the day, he's just not quite game ready like that class winner, but that is a neat skeleton. That is a cool look. I love that sheep, so I like this class a lot. You guys can start to figure that out. Those two I never debated. I spent a lot of time after that. The sheep in 3 is wildly unique, and if you're ringside and you hear people talk about short blades, proportions, depth of flank, and they kind of, that image is so hard to make. That sheep does those things for me very, very well. The easy picks on him would be, hey, he doesn't come to the surface and look like a man like those sheep ahead of him. I agree with that. And I don't know that he's big-footed or small-footed. That debate probably gets over-talked. I do know that I'd like to change his pasterns. I'd like to blend them together just a bit better. And then when you put that kind of muscle on a skeleton, it's hard to be as smooth. He's got a lot of shape when you step in behind him. But, man, that silhouette is what I'm chasing. I like a lot of things about him. Again, the feature doesn't match to the sheep right ahead of him today. He's not quite as smooth in terms of the way he comes to us. The sheep in 4, I pulled off the walk. I know he's a little short behind. I know he's a little straight in his hock. The longer he's out here, she said, he doesn't show so good. I said, young lady, that's because he's hard to show. When they have that kind of hip and hind leg, they're hard to show. I kept him up in here because there is so many good things in terms of his up-fronted, short-bladed look. His proportions are right, super massive on the top of his skeleton. He's a hind leg away from challenging our class winner, in my opinion. He deserves to be up here in our top 5 discussion. The blue sheep, young man's got his hands full. He did an awesome job, though. I tried to help him set a foot. I wouldn't do that again. That's on me because he just doesn't want to maybe cooperate the best. I love his freshness. I love his feature. I think that sheep's got a lot of good. When you step back at the end of the day, he just doesn't come out of the back of his blade, hook into his shoulder quite as consistently as some of those other sheep, but a high-quality sheep to be 5th. Keep doing a good job. Another nice set as we turn the line. Congratulations to our young people.
From our previous class, our final class of the Blackface Middleweight Division, Class 5107. The placings are as such. In 10th, Taya Winden. In 9th, Gabe Leonhardt. In 8th, Madeline Peterson. In 7th, Cole Spurlock. In 6th, Jace Pettinger. In 5th, Weston Lawson. In 4th, Kaylin Toll. In 3rd, McCray McLennan. In 2nd, Kaylin Toll for second in class. And our first in class, Cade Simpson. Now entering the arena for our blackface middleweight divisional drive will be, in our front row, Cade Simpson, Trent Mock, and Cade Simpson again. In our back row, we will have Aiden Miller, Harper Toll, and Kaylin Toll. Again, this is our blackface middleweight divisional drive.
I thought this was an awesome division. Again, the young people, you're doing a fantastic job. I think we're moving at a pace that I'm comfortable with. I'm pretty happy when I get these back out here. Probably, honestly, on the class-winning side, a little more similar than what we had in Division One. But at the same time, I don't think there's as much debate for me personally. So I've got my favorites here, and those two sheep maybe don't fit together the best in terms of being the same kind, but they were my two favorite ones to come through this division. Let's take a moment and congratulate the young people, and I'll show you who I like here. Yeah, fun group. We're going to go Class 3, champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion blackface middleweight division will be Cade Simpson from our class of 5107. And for our blackface middleweight division reserve champion, we have Kaylin Toll out of the same class, 5107. Congratulations to our middleweight exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be our 11th class, Class 5108 of our Blackface Medium Heavy Division. This will be our first class of 3 within the Blackface Medium Heavy Division. Again, this is Class 5108. Thank you. Attention, our GOAT exhibitors. You have until noon, 8 minutes from now, to be in line to turn in your weight cards for your market goats. All weather does and market goats. You have until noon to turn in your weight cards, or at least be in line to turn them in at the livestock office.
Another super fun class here. And I like a lot of things about these sheep. They're tough to put together, but the two up top are definitely the two that get there pretty quick. And then you could argue all day, I think, depending on where you're going to side on a couple of things. I don't like to start off a conversation with, hey, this one's a little deeper, this one's maybe not as powerful, but those are the true statements to make. I'm not going to make him into something he's not. That one's basic build, though, and skeletal quality are exceptional. The ability he has to transition down his top line and hook everything together are right. I still think he's got plenty of muscle, and then he is awesome when you step up front in terms of having some width of chest. His blade still sets in his skeleton right, and he transitions to a really, really big, cool forerib. It's not the shallowest one you're going to see, but that is a high-quality, hard-to-make sheep. I think in motion he certainly holds his own here. Nothing to get too critical of. Nice class winner, young man. Why it's tight and why it's tough is this one in second is a bona fide freak. So aggressive in terms of his muscle shape. He's big out of the back of his shoulder. He's still big loin, but he's so big hipped that some of that doesn't hook quite right. Step in behind him, and he's absolutely incredible. He's rougher in behind his shoulder blade as he ties into his rack, and it's not because his rack is setting way up. You see a deviation in terms of his spine there. He's a sheep that doesn't blend and put it all together. In motion, I think he's acceptable. He is a little shorter and rounder there as he goes, a little more extra set to his hind leg. Shorter bladed, freakier muscled. That makes this pair conversation interesting. I do think he struggles a bit more in terms of his reach, his plant, and the way he uses his knee on the move. I didn't pull the young man in third when he first came in. I knew he was going to be towards the top of the class because of how he ends up lined up over there. And the big thing for me, just at this weight, sheep hit me way too moderate when he walked in. And he deviates down his spine. I mean, it doesn't take, I don't even have my glasses on, and I can find that. What's so interesting about him is the longer this class goes on, the more I appreciate the skeleton that sits underneath of that. He is big-limbed. He's flexible. I bet he was one incredible-looking baby. For me personally, he's a shot on the moderate side. He needs to blend everything together just a bit better. Young man gets him presented well. I love the condition he's in. I think he's a high quality one, maybe just not the judge's favorite today in terms of those things. Interesting sheep in 4. I pull him right when he comes in. He's got pretty good flexibility. He's a sheep that as the longer they're out here, maturity-wise, I would start to criticize him relative to the 3 ahead of him, just being a deeper, plainer kind of sheep in terms of his basic design. Big muscled, opened up, really dimensional, an exceptional kind of livestock, maybe not the coolest show sheep in this particular class. The one that comes next is a little cooler in those regards. Short-bladed, really powerful. The longer he continues to go, I just need to let me say this differently. I would like to just relax him in terms of his angles and just give him a bit more comfort. She's done a good job. Condition is there. Muscularity's there. Again, short-bladed, neat-looking, not as flexible today. Quality sheep as we turn. The young man that I pulled early, told him he just runs out of power in this class. Awfully nice sheep there that he's done a good job with. Congratulations again.
Our previous class, the 11th class, Class 5108, Blackface, Medium Heavy Division, our first of 3 classes, placed as such. In 10th, we have Ty Kitchen. In 9th, Gabe Leonhardt. In 8th, Taylor Tribbett. In 7th, Maylee McLennan. In 6th, Tegan Smith. In 4th, Emma Fassett. In 5th, Emma Fassett. In 4th, Tristan Carpenter. In 3rd, Henry Langford. In 2nd, with our 2nd in class, Gunnar Golding. And for our 1st in class, Trent Mock. Now in the ring is our 12th class, Class 5109 of our Blackface Medium Heavy Division. Again, this is our 2nd of 3 Medium Heavy Divisional classes. This is Class 5109. Thank you.
Hey, this has been good, and it's staying good. This is a fun pair to work through, and that's not a pick on what follows these two, but very, very neat set of sheep. At the end of the day, you know, I guess I step back and I'm like, man, which one do I wish my son had in his hands? And it's this one. I love this one. This one in motion. This one's a tall-shouldered sheep. I'm not saying he's shorter-bladed, but his blade length proportionality is awesome. And then I think he's got plenty. And if you say he's got plenty, he blends it together. I like the length of shank, the way he uses his hind leg just a bit better. He puts everything together on top. Is that the heaviest muscle one today? No. But I sure think he's got enough. And then the image he gives you when you step to the side, that's an image that I sure appreciate quite a bit. That's not to say I don't like the one in second, because I do. Young man, great job with him. Probably a little cheekier. Definitely a little longer there as he's set. He's the more moderate sheep of the pair, but I still like the fact that he goes uphill. That's what keeps it close for me. Big fresh back laid into him. Edge-wise, he's not any better. In fact, I don't know that he is as good as that class winner. Initial handle quality didn't stand out to me. What stood out to me was when he hit the ring, he needed to be in the top pair conversation. That's a high-quality sheep. Congratulations. And he is so much more unique in his build, I think, than the 1 in 3. Now, 1 in 3, kudos to the young man and the feeder. This sheep is fresh. This sheep has a big square back. Again, like some of the sheep we've seen, he's probably a nickel on the leaner side. Couldn't blend it together a little different. Reads to me a bit shorter in terms of his hip, more vertical in terms of his hock. I pulled him initially because he's a quality sheep. Fundamentally, I could change his angles just a bit in motion. But I like his freedom of movement better than one right behind him. Sheep behind him's a neat sheep. Tall-shouldered, really good bodied when you step in on top of him, smooth blending. I love how he transitions down the top of his spine, and that's probably just one of the naturally freshest, awesome touch and loin edges that I remember coming through today without being overdriven. He just is real natural in that, and it just is awesome to get your hands on. And then his freshness and handle quality alone is an advantage he has over the young lady's sheep right behind him. I also read him as the more youthful sheep in that conversation. I need to change him on the move to work him up in class. The one behind him's a bit harder to make in terms of blade length, probably lower cheek shape. There's a lot of good in him. He gets tipped up at the top of his hip, at the back side of his hip, wants to work down into his loin, and then when I just step back off and watch those guys in motion, I read him a bit crude, a bit more mature in terms of what he brings to the table. Not calling him fat, not calling him any of those things, just his bone work and his build. Congratulations, guys. Nice class, real fun top pair to work through for me there.
Of our previous class, our 12th class, Class 5109, our placings were in 10th, Josie Hunt, in 9th, Mackley Sims, in 8th, Kaylee McGuire, in 7th, McKinley Long, in 6th, Laramie Sexton, in 5th, Emma Fassett, in 4th, Jack Larson, in 3rd, Gannon True. For our second in class, we have Dominic Maldonado. And for our first in class, we have Harper Toll. Now in the ring is our 13th and our final of 3 medium heavyweight divisional classes. This is our 13th class, Class 5110, of our blackface medium heavy division.
Another really, really good class. I talked to the young man in sixth a moment because that's a darn good sheep as well. Just when I get back in this lineup, his depth, he's flat-bodied, he's deep, he's short-coupled, and he's two straight hocked, and I just beat up a really, really good sheep. Man, does he presented awesome. Young man does a great job, so I wanted to highlight him. Let's get back to the top end of this class. This guy hits me so hard when he walks in. Blade is short, elevated, good looking. I mean, he balances well. He's got plenty of muscle again. I love that thing right here. Change his hind leg, particularly his left rear as he goes, and then I'm probably even singing your praises to a higher level. That's a cool show sheep. He's a fun one to have in class. He's my winner. Muscularity favors the sheep in second. I think heaviness or structure favors the sheep in second, and probably the argument of he's square in his hind leg. So did I spend some time on that pair? Absolutely. What doesn't change is that's a deeper bodied, plainer, shorter coupled sheep to me. Just doesn't have the exact things I'm wanting when I have one ahead of him like I do. Awfully nice sheep. Young man's brought a neat set all day. What makes it interesting is the one in third can beat him. This guy, if you're ringside and you've been watching all day, this is one of the craziest creatures that's walked in here. I mean, he is absolutely as shallow and as round as you can make one, and he's porched out there on some big old feet. He's got neat components. They're components, though. The blend of his entire skeleton, I have problems with. He's not short hip, but he's round his hip in motion. He gets underneath himself. If you watch him leave the ring, he never takes his hind leg and puts it back. It's always under. We showed one like this summer. It drove me absolutely nuts, but he wasn't this good. This one's got some really cool things. You got in with a pair of sheep that I think have tremendous quality. That one is unique. Young man, be proud of him. Keep showing him, because with that body shape, I imagine he's going to roll for a ways, even though he weighs 150 pounds. Awfully nice sheep. Young man in four comes in, and honestly, that one's hide, and that one's maybe presentation, don't grab you right away. Man, he's shown a bunch of them. I've watched him come in here, and he's done a good job. This is a dang good sheep, and I told him when I pulled him off the walk, that one's the best one he's had by a country mile. His balance and proportions are right, and honestly, of the top four, he's probably top five. He's the most flexible and the most comfortable when you get him out on the move. So how can you get a sheep like that in fourth, Beckmeyer? Well, he doesn't have nearly the punch and unique things of the ones that precede him. But if you guys just appreciate skeletal quality and build, make sure and give that guy some attention. Young man, you've done a good job with him. And I thought it was his skeleton that needs to keep him up there. The one behind him is robust, huge muscles, totally opened up. That sheep to me is a little too vertical in terms of his knee. I'd like to relax him there. But why I had him over six is that is truly a market fundamental sheep with a gigantic back, a gigantic hip, and he's pushing the edge. When you push the edge, it's harder to put things together. That's why you don't win classes under me, but I sure like that sheep. Congratulations to our young people here doing an awesome job.
From our previous class, Class 13, Class 5110 of our Blackface Medium Heavy Division, and our third and final of the Medium Heavy Division, our placings were in 10th, Presley Montgomery. In 9th, Claire McLeod. In 8th, Brooklyn Barnes. In 7th, Carson Candelaria. In 6th, Parker Tribbett. In 5th, McCrae McLennan. In 4th, Ty Kitchen. In 3rd, Paxton Pettinger. In 2nd, with 2nd in class, Trent Mock. And with 1st in class, Kaylin Toll. Now entering the ring for our blackface medium heavy divisional drive will be from class 5108, Trenton Mock and Gunnar Golding. From class 5109, Harper Toll and Dominic Maldonado. And from class 5110, Kaylin Toll and Trent Mock. Lined in front will be Trent Mock, Harper Toll, and Kaylin Toll. And in the back will be Gunnar Golding, Dominic Maldonado, and Trent Mock.
Take a moment, please, and let's show these young people how much you appreciate what they're doing today. Nice set, nice division. You know, I'd be lying if you don't start just when you get to the darks, and I thought the other breeds were good, but okay, where's that sheep at that just fits and suits me pretty well? And I thought D2 was good. I thought each and every one of these class winners came to the forefront for reasons that I like and I enjoy talking about. What's interesting is they're again, they're good, but they are different, and there's some things that you just have to decide Well, I guess I get to decide where I stand on those today. But 3 very, very quality sheep, 3 incredibly high quality second place sheep, and there's probably a shot more muscle on the other side of this lineup. I don't think there's any debate. But please, I assure you, these are not light muscled sheep on this side. And then the way they can organize their skeleton from the side and proportion, it's just a little more exciting for what I like to stand behind. So we're going to get them. Really, really tough group. I think you guys are doing an awesome job, and I appreciate the quality that you're bringing out. Super, super fun to work through these. I'll show you who I like. Congratulate them one more time.
Your blackface medium heavy division reserve champion comes to you from class 5110 with Kaylin Toll. And from class 5109, your divisional champion of the blackface medium weight division is Harper Toll. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our first of 3 blackface heavyweight divisional classes. This is our 14th class of the day, class 5111 of our blackface heavyweight division. Again, this is class 5111, our first of 3 heavyweight divisional classes. Thank you.
It's a neat way to start our last division, and I like this guy when he came in, and I really just don't think there's anything that puts together enough to overcome him. Probably safe to say he's not built exactly like the sheep out of the last division, but relative to class and relative to good livestock, I think this sheep's awfully dang nice. Young lady, he proportions, he's good structured. I believe in terms of handle quality, he's as good as anything in class today. He's still fresh and youthful in terms of his shoulder and his front end. And then I like the way he goes substantially better than the sheep that are below him. Really, really nice individual to start our heavyweight division. Congratulations to her. There's a lot of intriguing things about the sheep in second. Not that he's white or white-hided. He's really neat in terms of his rib cage. He hit me pretty hard when he came in. What's interesting, if you step back and study him from a three-quarter rear view, he's not long-bladed, but his breastplate drops down out of him a little bit, which throws him off. I need to change his hind leg assembly. And then in terms of loin edge, he's not even close right now to our class winner in terms of hydration, freshness, squareness. That's a nice sheep. He's got a really good look. He's got a good hide presence about him. And even though I can pick on his hind leg, his ability to get out and travel from the side, I really, really like his athleticism, his coordination there going across the ring. Change him as he goes away a little bit. But there's where he's better than the sheep in three. Sheep in three's an interesting rascal. He hit me super hard. I don't like the way he moves. I just don't. He is so big in his upper hip, though. When you step in behind that sheep, that is one of the unique ones that we've seen today. And I hate to put him third. He gets short in his hip. He doesn't go good enough. He drops his pins on the move, and he just needs to get out and move a little better for me. And then, as I've said about some sheep today, for as monstrous as he is in his hip, his loin could hook in just a bit differently. But that's an awfully high-quality sheep. I would have loved to fed him this summer myself. I like him quite a bit. And I think it's a top three. Young lady, you're going to end up 4. He's fresh. You've done a good job with him. His hip and hind leg need reassembled, something fierce for me. I just thought in this class he made more sense. And then I actually like his muscularity and touch on the top side of his skeleton over the one that's right below him. I like the young lady's sheep in 5 from a presence standpoint. I love that he's a up-fronted, good-looking one from the side. But as I tell some of my kids, be careful to call him too good-looking. He needs more muscle to go with that before I'm like all in on his kind. But build, presence, very, very good. He's the flattest. He's the narrowest in his shape in our top 4, for sure in our top 3. Let's congratulate these young people again. Nice class.
Our previous class, class 14 of the day, class 5111 of our blackface heavyweight division, we have our placings. In 10th, Brooklyn Barnes. In 9th, Riker Linhart. In 8th, Harper Toll. In 7th, Tristan Carpenter. In 6th, Jalen Weiner. In 5th, Emma Fassett. In fourth, Cody Monks. In third, Connor Miller. Second in class to Hadley Kriego, and first in class to Sawyer Phipps. Now in the ring is our 15th class of the day, Class 5112 of our Blackface Heavyweight Division. This is our second of 3 heavyweight divisional classes. Again, this is Class 1512. Attention in the barn. For our exhibitors, if you will not have pigs out of the barn by tonight, please move them to the far northwest corner of the swine barn. Again, for all exhibitors, if you will not have pigs out of the barn by tonight, please move them to the far northwest corner of the pig barn. Thank you. And in the ring, we have our 15th of 16th classes on the day, Class 5112 of our Blackface Heavyweight Division. Again, this is Class 5112 of our Blackface Heavyweight Division.
This is an interesting trio, and a young man in third is going to be disappointed when I get down to him. He's probably disappointed, so he'll be disappointed when I talk as well. I like that sheep a lot, and his first impression had me. The longer they're out here and the more I study them, I just really keep coming back to this blue sheep in terms of the proportions. I absolutely don't think it's debatable in terms of his length of blade. Combine that with his flank. That sheep has the right kind of look from the side, the right kind of proportions. He's not light muscled, awesome heighted. And then I think the last time they go in motion, he relaxes a little bit more. There's just some things about him that come in and really grab me as just a complete high quality one. I don't think he's the most wild or unique one we've seen today. Again, really complete. I like his framework, his length, and honestly just where he's at from a continuation. I know we're heavy here, but the sheep in second is super high quality, super unique, and I imagine was one absolutely crazy expensive baby. If not, I wish I would have seen him. My problem is, guys, and it's all where you want to stand on these things. I read that sheep as the proportionally shortest coupled sheep that has walked in the ring today. And for me, that's a problem because I think that's chasing a show ring trend just a little too much and not keeping real production in mind. The other side of the equation is, though, that thing is cute, but beyond cute, he is immaculate in terms of how she's got him presented. He is still a short-bladed, neat one. There are people that would say, man, that's the best one that walked in here today. I'm going to tell you I like that sheep a bunch, young lady. I just think he's too short. And we were in a big class at a big weight, and he looked really short out here. Okay, nice sheep. Then the sheep initially that I pull, and the young man does a great job getting him shown. This is a powerful sheep. He's kind of funky-hided in terms of his little swirl. That doesn't have anything to do with why I have him there, but just as a point of discussion. That sheep is powerful. That sheep is manly. That sheep is masculine. Of the three, once we got out here and just stepped to the side, he is the longest from the top of his blade to the bottom of his sternum. He is the most mature sheep in terms of his body. He's a very mature, manly kind of guy. But when you have a couple in class that weigh what he weighs and come fresher, I tend to go that direction. His neck is the shortest. It ties the furthest off the front. So as we work through those progresses, I guess that puts a really nice sheep that I'm very high on in third in a very competitive class. The reason he stays ahead of the young lady's sheep next is he's so much more agile and comfortable in motion. I actually like his framework again a little bit better. This was a dense, muscular sheep. She decided to bring two in a row that have tons of quality when it comes to muscularity and squareness and stoutness. This one's a little more generic in terms of his basic build when she's in motion. But I do believe he holds the upper hand in freshness and uniqueness over the powerhouse that rounds out our top five. Big, stout, mature, powered sheep to round out this group. Not near as just fresh and cool looking when you step back to the side. Nothing majorly wrong. We could fix him in motion as well. Congratulations again. Awesome class here as we get ready, I believe, for our last individual class of the day. Let's celebrate the young people, please.
Our placings from our 15th class of the day, class 5112 in the previous class in the arena, are as follows. In 10th, Laramie Sexton. In 9th, Caden Halls. In 8th, Janelle Christie. In 7th, Zara Connors. In 6th, Cole Spurlock. In 5th, Milo Kendrick. In 4th, Sawyer Phipps. In 3rd, Preston Pettinger. In 2nd, for 2nd in class, Taya Winden. And for 1st in class, Luke Larson. Now in the ring is our final class for our Market Lamb show before the Grand Drive. This is Class 16, also 51-13 of our Blackface Heavyweight Division. Again, this is our final class of our Blackface Heavyweight Division.
nice way to end our individual classes, and a sheep that I didn't pull right away because I said to myself, well, he's at the front of the line, so he's going to be at the front of the line anyway, and he made his way back there. And I do think he could be modified in terms of his hind leg. Then we go around the ring one more time, and I guess I would modify most of them in one area or another, come back to some basics, and that is one awesome-bodied sheep who's got the right kind of spread up high. He's got a big, big pin set, and I mean, he eats the sheep alive in second, third, and fourth in terms of just raw power. I think that sheep balances well. You get him propped up out here, and all of a sudden step back, and you're like, hey, that guy's got a lot of quality. I actually think he wins this class pretty darn easily the longer I get in here and study. Nice sheep, young lady. Sheep in 2 is probably just the truth, needs more muscle for this weight for me. I like his freshness. I like his youthfulness. I think he's as agile on the move as anything. But with that being said, he's a longer shank sheep. He takes kind of a long, super extended stride. And with that, I get on either end of him. He does not have the same kind of mass and power at this weight of some sheep around him. Propped up, I like the 1 in 3 quite a bit. Sheep's big limbed. He's really good in terms of his transitions down his top line. I read that sheep a little more vertical as he went in motion. He's definitely plainer in terms of the handle quality and shape that he has on the top side of his skeleton, but he is a solid, just complete, good-looking kind of animal to roll in here in the heavyweight class. The shallower sheep, the freakier sheep's in 4. He's also the lighter dimension sheep. He's tight almost in his heart. He doesn't have the same kind of just spread and power. I just like his youthfulness and his presence and his quality over maybe our big guy that's going to round out the top 5. I pulled him initially, pretty agile for a big creature, sheep that's big in terms of his kind and elevation. His maturity, he and the 1 in 6 both, they're just starting to get more bland in case in terms of his shape. He doesn't hook his loin up quite good enough. A little staler, if you will, when you step back and just evaluate him. Really nice class of heavies, though. We'll look forward to getting your last division drive here in a moment. Let's congratulate the young people, please.
Our previous class, Class 16 and final class of our Market Lamb show, excluding our drives, placed as such. In 10th, Gavin Bachman. In 9th, Levi Vravick. In 8th, Cody Monks. In 7th, Caden Halls. In 6th, Emily Seeger. In 5th, Jalen Miner. In 4th, Peyton Monks. In 3rd, Danica Goodall. In 2nd, with second in class, Harper Toll. And for first in class, Hadley Kriego. Now in the arena is our blackface heavyweight drive of the Exhibitors included within this are from Class 5111, Sawyer Phipps and Hadley Kriego. Of Class 5112, Luke Larson and Taya Winden. And of Class 5113, Hadley Kriego and Harper Toll. In our front row, we have Sawyer Phipps, Luke Larson, and Hadley Kriego. In our second row, closest to the announcer's booth, we have Hadley Kriego, Taya Winden, and Harper Toll. This again is our Blackface Heavyweight Drive.
Again, join me here as we celebrate our young people that come out in the last division, please. Here we go. Enjoyed it. I know we've still got some work to do, but you know, I've had this conversation with a number of sheep people and judges over the last few years. What we've done in the last 15 to 20 years to keep big sheep, mature sheep, fresh and youthful is pretty darn impressive. And again, we had a lot of variation in our last division, but we get back out here and if you were maybe sitting at home or watching a video, you probably don't realize just how big these sheep are. But they are big, and I'm okay with that. They're fresh. We've got ones in the top lineup, but carcass-wise are just phenomenal. And then I guess it's pretty easy for me after that because, young lady, your sheep takes that to the next level in terms of skeletal quality and build. Class 1 here will be our champion. Congratulations.
Your Blackface Heavyweight Divisional Champion is from Class 5111, Sawyer Phipps. Replacing her will be Hadley Kriego from the same class.
We dropped that one back in, and I thought that class was difficult. There's a lot of things I really, really like about that sheep, and I still keep getting hung up on the same problems. So I think it gets even closer out here as we come back and get our reserve. Today, though, range of motion, flexibility, build. I really like that dude in class. He'll be your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And for our divisional reserve champion, we have from the same class of 5111, Hadley Kriego. Congratulations to our exhibitors. As a reminder, for all of our exhibitors, we will return at 2:15 for our Market Lamb Grand Drive. Again, we will return at 2:15 for our Market Lamb Grand Drive. For any families wanting to tune in from afar, please look towards our webcast with Ringside Live. And for photography, if you have an exhibitor or are wanting photos from this past market show, please visit BeverlyEnglert.com and Beverly Englert and her team. Thank you. Attention, this is your second call for the grand drive of our Market Lamb show. Again, this is your second call for the grand drive of our Market Lamb show. Thank you. Attention, this is the final call for our grand drive of the Market Lamb show. Again, this is the final call for our grand drive of the Market Lamb show. If all of our grand drive exhibitors could make their way to the holding pen directly outside of the arena so we can start the show. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, now entering the ring for our grand drive of the Market Lamb Show, we have from your Dorset division, your reserve divisional champion, Harvey Richmeyer. From our South Downs, your divisional reserve champion, we have Penny Barr of Pueblo, Colorado. For our Speckled Face division, we have our reserve division champion, Hadley Kriego of Wellington, Colorado. For our Blackface lightweight division, we have Aiden Robinson from Johnstown, Colorado. Of our Blackface medium weight, our reserve divisional champion is Kaylin Toll from Carr, Colorado. Of our Blackface medium heavyweight, we have our reserve divisional champion being Kaylin Toll from Carr, Colorado. And lastly, from our Blackface heavyweight division, we have our reserve divisional champion being Hadley Kriego from Wellington, Colorado. For our first in divisions, we have from our Dorset division, Jalen Miner from Yuma, Colorado. From our Southdown division, we have Weston DeVitt from Greeley, Colorado. From our Speckled Face, we have Madeline Peterson from Gill, Colorado. From our Blackface lightweight division, we have Preston Pettinger from Eaton, Colorado. From our Blackface medium weight, we have Cade Simpson from Alt, Colorado. And from our Blackface medium heavyweight, we have Harper Toll from Carr, Colorado. And lastly, from our Blackface heavyweight, we have Sawyer Phipps from Haxton, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your grand drive for your Colorado State Fair Market Lamb Show. For reintroduction and a thank you for his hard work today in choosing our classes and judging this competition, we would like to thank Craig Beckmeyer for his job today as our Market Lamb Show judge. Thank you again.
If you would, before I ramble a bit, let's congratulate all these young people for coming out. Just some quick thank yous. Marlon picked me up this morning. We had a great visit on the way over. Just got a belly full of shake, or bolt, which was delicious, by the way. If you want to go over there, I would. So thank him, and he and I have got to do this a couple times now, which is pretty cool. It's easy to come to the Colorado State Fair for me. You guys know how to put on a show. You treat the judge awesome. Travis and the crew have done a great job. Robin is a pleasure to work with because I'm a hot mess when it comes to paperwork, so I'm really grateful for her. Barbara picked me up at the airport last night. If you have not yet met Barbara, everybody on the fairgrounds should. That is an interesting lady with a life story to tell. Harrison does a good job on the mic. We started with a prayer. I think that's so important that we stay grounded in foundations in this country, and especially in agriculture. Guys, you were a pleasant group of kids to work with. You did a pretty darn good job of getting them presented to. I mean, all day long, I could get the looks I needed to, and I thank you for that. I thank you for that because I know what it takes at home. I know what it takes in terms of commitment, and I also know how hard it is to get out here in the Grand Drive. We did not get that done 2 weeks ago at Illinois, and we worked all summer to get that done, I promise. My son absolutely busted his tail for that moment, and it did not happen. And that's part of this. That's part of competition. I love competition. It's okay not to win. It's not okay not to try to not win. You have to want it. And I think it's safe to say there's a bunch of families in this state that are giving everything they got to really get these sheep presented well, ready to roll. And the back story on them, I'm sure, is also interesting. These times come and go way too fast. I've said it before in the ring. I'll say it again. I love raising young people in the livestock industry. I love raising young people in agriculture. And I think we should all want to raise them in an area like this that helps them be our future leaders for the next generation. Let's celebrate that right now, please. We all want to be here. Somebody asked a second ago, and I got a young man I know in the pink shirt on the back row. Showed a really nice sheep today, and he's out here helping somebody else. The only way my son made it into the Coliseum at Illinois was helping somebody else. And it doesn't quite have the same feel, but I'm glad you stepped up to do that because that's a lot about who you are and who your character is. Yeah, absolutely. This is a fun set of sheep. I'm not going to talk them individually. I've described them, I think, enough, and I don't like a lot of extras. There is one in particular that when he came in, he hit me super hard. I haven't changed my opinion on him. I think that one is so cool. I'm a big, big fan. After that, the next four gets really, really close, and I'm going to take a moment as we bring him in to just make sure of where I want to be on that. It's been a pleasure to sort your state fair. It's been a pleasure to work with your young people. You've got some great things going here. Don't lose sight of all that for maybe a frustration with the judge. Guys, I had a pleasure sharing my opinion with you. I had fun working with your young people. Let's fire up with a big, big round of applause. I'll show you who your champion is this year.
Your grand champion, Market Lamb, coming to us from Carr, Colorado, will be exhibited by Harper Toll. Replacing her will be Kaylin Toll of Carr, Colorado. Your reserve grand market lamb comes to us from Haxton, Colorado. That is Sawyer Phipps. Our third overall market lamb comes to us from Cade Simpson from Alt, Colorado. Our fourth overall market lamb comes to us from Carr, Colorado, from Kalen Toll. And our fifth overall from Eaton, Colorado is Preston Pettinger. Congratulations to all of our market lamb exhibitors. Our grand champion market lamb, reserve grand champion market lamb, third overall, fourth overall, and fifth overall will now be presented with their awards presented to them by the Colorado State Fair Board of Commissioners. With us today includes Nicole Weathers, Darius Allen, Tom Kim, and Aaron Mikowski.